10 minutes. T-minus 9 minutes. T-minus 8 minutes. T-minus 7 minutes. T-minus 6 minutes. minus 5 minutes. T minus for minutes. T minus 3 minutes. T minus 2 minutes. T minus 1 minute. Stand by.
There, it would probably help if I turned the microphone on. There we go. So, yeah, different drink tonight. Haven't started drinking yet. I'm just going to have normal straight Fireball. Clearly, the Fireball Apple is not working with my system anymore. So I'll just have a shot or two, and that'll be it. As usual, I have the warm-up game. Thank you for joining me. I was not here last week because... oh, I've got a bit of a cold, too. I was not here last Saturday because I was picking up an ambulance. The Skycron, we needed a new production vehicle, and a lot of television production vehicles are usually converted ambulances. So most of the time when you're watching stuff on TV, and if it's a remote, like a news conference or a mid-level sporting event, like college level or whatever, generally, like a lot of the time, it's an ambulance. The only bigger ones are usually those big giant Expandos 16-wheelers, which we don't have one of those. Not yet, anyway. I'm sure we will get one. They are very expensive, though. And as usual, this is the warm-up game. I don't know, it's sort of a nice, reasonably quick, depending on my reflexes, sort of way of dealing with things. It's been an interesting week. Generally pretty good. Dealing with the odd idiot, but that is just business. We have some new game. Oh, and Ninku is apparently has made its way from Japan, from eBay, and is currently in Canadian Customs. So I'm hoping it'll actually be here within the next week. But I do have Puyo Puyo. Oh, where was I last week? Yeah, I was in Edmonton. Because there were no ambulances, decommissioned ambulances in Saskatchewan, so I had to travel out of state, or out of province as it were, to Alberta. So I went and got it in Edmonton, and got a pre-inspection done with their provincial government inspection, which is very, very similar to ours, and didn't seem to need a whole lot done. Just the oil pan needs to be replaced probably because it's leaking a little bit, which is not a big deal. Could use some new, need some new brake pads, and nothing, no showstoppers or anything, so just convoyed it back to Saskatchewan with the production team, and sorry, I still have this effing cold, and I managed to do it all when sick. Probably not the smartest thing to do to have an alcoholic beverage when sick, because it's not good for the immune system. But I figure I'm already sick anyway. Oh, here come the bots again. Dealing with fucking G.I. Jane over here and her. She's got 2 small sticks, and I have 1 big stick. It looks like he has, my character has a full-size bow. I haven't really done... You done bow work? I don't think done bow work. Sorry. Yeah. I've done a fair amount of bow work, but not with the Joe. They are both long sticks. But a Joe is a longer stick than a bow. You'd think, oh well, what's 1 foot matter? As with anything, the size does matter. A little bit more difficult. I imagine Sensei will have us do maybe some bow work, but most of the work I've done my weapons training has primarily been with the Joe, which is a little bit shorter. About 4-ish feet. Right now, I am not really getting the opportunity to use my bow. Okay. Okay, there we go. A skeet. I can do that. Wasn't enough to save me, though. Wasn't enough to save me. I am not exactly on the top of my game tonight. You got good days and bad days. Oh, well. Although, I don't usually play as him. I'd like to figure out... I'm just trying to figure out a little bit more what to do with... Because I have a bow, but can't seem to do a whole lot with it. Okay, that's interesting. Just trying to be a little more surgical here. I'm not trying to sit here getting my ass beat. I'm just honestly taking the punches to see if I can do a little bit more with this character's bow. Okay, there we go. And it seems like the shoulder buttons make... Fuck me.
Round one, fight!
Don't really want to basically be... I'd like to be able to use the Joe, but I can't seem to consistently figure out the... Can't seem to consistently figure it out. I also don't like the button mash. This character is really not that strong with her. At all. Way too much. There we go. Squibbly, 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 squibbly. Getting a little bit out of practice with Virtua Fighter as well. I was turned on the machine last night and I was taking a lot longer than I normally would to do what I needed to do. I won that one, but that was Nightmare Island. Just get an enormous kick out of this shit. Nightmare Island and the, you know, the naked parking lot or the sexy subway or lust subway or whatever the fuck they call it. Just the dumbest shit ever, which amuses me greatly. I know I say this shit every week. Poop. Da 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 da. Zaimoku. He has a big hammer. Not work well. For purpose of what his life is. Naked airport. It's like, it's as though the developers just picked what they thought were the most scandalous sounding English words without any context. Like, how can an airport be naked? How does that even work? I don't think it's possible to have a naked airport. You could be naked in an airport and then get yourself arrested. That's one way to do it. I just got beaten up by some blonde not very manly looking dude in red latex. Round 3. This dude is turning me into gas station sushi. I thought you blocked me. Ha ha ha. You die. There we go. That is a little bit better, I think. Radical parking lot. I don't know what's so fucking radical about a parking lot. I say this every week and I still have not figured out what constitutes a radical parking lot. If you know what constitutes a radical parking lot, let me know, man, because I don't have a fucking clue. You know what constitutes a radical parking lot? Because I sure as shit don't. No radical parking lot for me. No radical parking lot for me. Round 2. Yeah, well, at least we both have sticks this time. He's got a big stick and I have a big stick. My stick is not as big as his, but I'm also not as big as him. So proportionally and presumably mathematically, we both are approximately the same level of size when it comes to the land of sticks. Most of the music in this game I don't mind, but I actually find this particular song, track, whatever the fuck you want to call it, a bit annoying. At least I think it's annoying. KO. Fight! What do you think I'm doing, man? Sitting here for my health? It's always the last one, isn't it? Round 1. Some days you get the bear, and some days the bear gets you. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how we handle it. Hiya! Okay. Warm-up game, not getting so warm. Take that. Fucking guy. You darn dude. Ah, shit.
Round 1. Fight!
You're just gonna do this. I wish there was a faster way to get up. Yeah, just everything I do is not hitting this guy. Oops. There we go. Sheesh. I'd like to not keep playing this game all fucking night. I would like to finish this. I don't know what my problem is. I don't know if it's in my head. I feel like the longer you take to finish, it sort of incrementally dials up the difficulty. Like you do a hit and then you just... Come on. Like that's bullshit.
Round 1, fight! Round 2, fight!
Not gonna lie, this is actually starting to kind of piss me off a little bit. I've finished this game on this channel so many times. Have games ever done that? Time-based difficulty? I know for sure that Virtua Fighter 2 does that. If you take too long to finish it up, the arcade version will do that. And I haven't spent too much time playing the Saturn version, but honestly, it seems like a picture-perfect arcade translation to me, or adaptation to me. So it wouldn't surprise me if that's what's going on here. You could say, oh, well, you know, it's... and yeah, there have been a few. Sega was really... They did this quite a bit in the 90s. And I vaguely... I feel like I read an interview with Yu Suzuki, who was in charge of Sega's AM2 arcade unit. And when they made these games, they had to sort of consider... sort of the balance between game time and reward, and making sure that people kept putting coins in the machine so that they were essentially generating income for the location that they were put in, which I understand. It makes sense. If you take too long in Virtua Fighter 2, it becomes impossible. So it's almost like a variant of the Tetris thing, where if you take too long, it keeps adding more and more and more and more. And I mean, Vector Man, you've seen me finish this game many, many times. Like, I have days where I'm just not on it, but today I feel like this is time-based difficulty. I mean, it's a warm-up game, but I'm one of these people that I don't like unfinished business. It annoys me. Especially when I know that I can finish something and I've done it before. I find it annoying when I run. And I don't think... Like, I'm not having a night when I'm on fire, but I also don't feel like I'm having a night where I've got 2 left feet. And I also got to the end with relatively little difficulty. I mean, I'm not on hard mode. I'm just on normal mode. And the battery power of my wireless controller is fine. I'm not feeling any sluggishness or responsiveness or anything like that. I'm not actually seeing any... See, there's 1, but I have to do 2 out of 3. And so... But it's interesting. But these are very, very faithful arcade ports. Very faithful arcade ports. He doesn't deal with the kick. The other thing about this guy is, well, not even just this guy. There we go. Yeah. I'll take it. I'll take it. I don't know if I would go so far as to say, oh well, that's way too long and so on. But yeah. Oh, I got. I guess I'll put on Puyo Puyo next, and I bought it. What was it called? Cyber Kids, Cyber something or other. Boy, I'm sounding like a mother with a kid that wants like a game in 1991. But I got it. The cyber something. It looked cool. It looked like way cool. But I'll do Cyberbots. Thank you. I have it. And I tested it, and it works. But I'll just to change it up, I'll do Puyo Puyo next. And S. Maybe it would help if I went a little earlier in the alphabet, huh? The other thing that pisses me off about this a little bit is that you can't... Yeah, that'll do. It doesn't let you go up and down. It makes you go all the way through the little fucking spinny thing. Can't go up and down and take a, a more efficient route to, to play your game. Or to put your name in. Oh no, we can't be having that. Give me a sec. I'm going to put Puyo Puyo in here. I like how she's supposed to have this super sexy miniskirt, but it just looks like she's wearing a lampshade. At least to me she does, anyway. We'll play a fucked up puzzle game. I don't think you can go wrong with that. Sort of change things up a little bit. Like chairs all fucked up. But that's okay because this game is fucked up. Life is fucked up. Life is fucked. People are fucked. So you may as well enjoy what you can. And yes, Vector Man, I know I'm drinking. At least this is a straight Fireball, but I also know that I'm drinking it in a sake cup. I can't find my barrel shot glass. I had these really nice. I'm sorry, still getting over this cold. I have these really nice, beautiful wooden hand-turned shot glasses, and honestly, I don't know where the fuck they are. I think I left them at the cottage, so I have another. So I'll just, the next time I'm down near Saskatoon, I'll go and pick them up. I was sure that I brought them here, but apparently not sure enough. That is literally what I'm doing right now. And this isn't Fireball, the apple stuff I've been drinking. This is just straight Fireball. It hasn't been a bad week. It's just been like a week that's been mostly good, just very busy. With the odd annoyance. I feel like my life is at a bit of a crossroads where I'm about to make my way into some new chapter of my life, but I don't really know what it is yet. I don't know. Maybe I'm just crazy. Besides, technically, in chemistry, alcohol is a solution. I'm sure I'll regret this, but we'll try that. Act against AIDS. Well, there's no cure for AIDS, but I think it's getting better at mitigating it. A little fucked up. I went to college with somebody that looked almost exactly like what's her face on the left-hand side of the screen. If she were a chibi, that's what she'd look like. Why do I get the feeling that even if I were fluent in Japanese, that would make, it would still would not make, I feel like it would make less sense. It's preventative. I think that this song in Puyo Puyo, I think this is the same song that was in the original version. Because I'm sort of going to start poking away at making a Genesis little side scroller just as a project to see, bone up on my assembly programming skills. And one thing I find about as much as I love the Sega Genesis, it does not have the greatest sounding sound chip. So it's very, very hard to find music on the Genesis that is really outstanding. Puyo Puyo is one of them. So I was trying to look up stuff that I felt it's like, okay, well, I'm big in music. I want it to sound good, and the one thing that the Genesis just does not have is a fantastic sounding chip. So I was trying to find the odd little bit that did sound good. Puyo Puyo was one of them. Yeah, how the fuck am I supposed to get out of this shit? Give me all this crap. I'm dead. Oh. Goodbye, cruel world. This is not. They did not give me a lot to work with here. Genesis is a style all its own. Oh, no, I'm actually programming with the dev kit for the Genesis. I'm actually going to, like, it's actually going to be an actual Genesis ROM that will run on the Genesis. Just put it on like an Evercade type and then run it on the Genesis. So I'm actually making a Genesis game that will actually run on the Sega Genesis using an Evercade cartridge. Which I guess is, it's basically a variant of what Yuzo Koshiro, I think it was Koshiro did. Yuzo Koshiro. There's a few games that sound good. And Streets of Rage is one of them. I wanted to say Yuko Suzuki, which is not the composer. It is somebody that I used to know that is mad at me because I would not do free work for them. She was happy to hear from me 10 years later, and then like 5 minutes in the call, she's like, hey, wait a minute. I remember why I was mad at you. You didn't do free work for me at a, you know, at a charity event 10 years ago. It's like, well, next time pay for it? That's my life. Television and pissing off Japanese women. Everybody's got to be good at something. Look at all the little blobs. All the little happy blobs. There's happy blobs everywhere. If only we could live our life like happy blobs. Oh, that... Okay, that was not a bad move on my part. I don't think that's gonna do me, but I'll take it. That's fine. That bought me a little bit more time. Can't complain about that. Kick ass. I win! What did I win? Did I win a cinnamon flavored dildo? I don't swing that way. So, is this character on the right male or female? What the fuck is going on here, man? I have no clue what the hell is going on. It makes no sense. I just get like a random cutscene with a couple of chibi people in what looks like almost like an outdoor onsen. For no reason. But okay, sure. Why not? Why the fuck not? We'll go with that. One, two, dwee. That was actually a good call on my part by the looks. Well, it was an okay call until for whatever reason they decided to throw all this extra shit at me. Supposedly the last one I won, but I honestly don't really know what I did. That's something, I guess. Not really sure what constitutes a win, but I think it's pretty safe to say that this is not it. Aw, really? Come on, man. That's such horseshit. I'm dead. Nice. Punishments come swiftly, and they come severely. Yeah, there's no way out of this. I'm toast. Yeah, I'm dead. No way out of that. I've heard working with the Sega Genesis dev kit is quite difficult. Is it? I haven't done a huge amount with it yet. I've just been sort of trying to kind of get the lay of the land and get it to display text and stuff. I have done some programming in assembly years ago. Years ago, like I'm talking like when I was like 8, 9, 10 years old. So from somebody that, and so I'm pretty rusty. Speaking from somebody that was somewhat comfortable, I would not consider myself to be a brilliant programmer by any means. But given that I was somewhat comfortable with doing relatively simple programming in C and assembly, so far I'm not finding it too bad, but I mean I'm just trying to get the Genesis to display stuff. So I haven't really done anything super hard yet because I'm learning as I'm going. So I may feel differently. My assessment based on my very limited data set so far is that if you're comfortable at all programming in assembly or C, even in a simple way, I think if you're patient, I don't see anything incredibly unattainable about it. I think you just need to be patient. So I would say if you're expecting a point-and-click experience, then yeah, you're going to have a hard time. But if you're somebody that is patient enough that you're willing to kind of figure out programming syntax and kind of work on it until, I don't think it's any more difficult than any other programming endeavor. Especially with the new tools, like the free tools that are available now. I feel like the debug open source stuff that's available for homebrew, it's a lot easier because you can kind of see stuff on the fly and see if it's working, and it'll give you virtual errors so that you're not basically compiling something and then loading it onto the cart and turning on your Genesis and just getting a bunch of errors and messes and whatever, and you want to smash things. So I think if you have a realistic assessment of what you might run into in terms of programming, I don't think it's too bad based on what I've seen so far, but it is early yet. I'm doing it in my spare time, and I don't really have a huge amount of spare time. I'm also doing it as a way to keep my skills sharp, because for my video production work because I tend to solder and program things that my equipment is not meant to do because I don't want to pay for it. So programming for the Genesis and assembly is actually a pretty good way to get used to how to program routines for my day job, so to speak, and make equipment do what it's not supposed to do, so I don't have to spend like 10 times the amount for it because I can hack it to some degree. So it has a practical purpose as well because they both, a lot of the stuff behaves in a similar way and uses a similar programming syntax. So all this being a long-winded way of saying, based on what I'm seeing so far, I don't think there's anything any crazier about it than anything else, in my opinion. But once I start getting the artwork and trying to set up basic collision detection and that sort of thing, then I might feel differently, but it doesn't feel too bad. Also, back in the day when I was in college, I had done some programming for the Xbox in Xbox 360 and using the XDA toolkit, which also involves C, and you can use some assembly if you want to. And I don't find the Genesis any more complicated than XDA was. And frankly, I find it less complicated than XDA. So I think if you're comfortable code, I don't think you have to be a master programmer. I just think you have to be comfortable working with code. I think if you're comfortable with the command prompt and you're okay with getting your hands dirty and figuring shit out, I don't think it's that hard. I think people are making it worse than it. But if you're in a point and click mode all the time and you want everything done now and you don't really have a understanding or interest in understanding fundamentals of programming, then yeah, you're going to have a hard time. But I don't see why. I would say that if you were comfortable tinkering in Java, you would have enough patience, learn enough assembly and C to get the Genesis working. Apparently, I initially wanted to do something for the Sega Master System, and the Sega Master System appeared to be a lot more complicated than the Genesis. I was a little disappointed with that because I was like, I want to do a Master System game. But then I sort of looked at the dev specs and then like, okay, you know what? I'll do it with the Genesis and then maybe I'll work my way backwards. Yeah, Master System. Which is that I was actually a bit surprised by. But in retrospect, it does, I get it. Boy, I am not doing a shining job at this right now. I need to make better decisions in my life, but don't we all, but in particular this game. Well, that was an okay decision. They always get you with these fucking little blobby things. They keep blocking my way so I can't do anything. There we go. Decisions. You gotta pay the piper sometimes. Ah, fuck. Oh, come on, man. Give me a break. You were cooking for a little bit and then you misplaced that double purple. Yeah, I know. It's just like, ah! I was punished. I was punished severely. And maybe I'll DQ something different. Oh, I should have switched that around. Fuck muffins and... Guess that doesn't matter that. Okay, well I got 2 yellow. There's a red. No! I didn't mean to do that. Like anybody cares. Okay, well, maybe I'll get rewarded for this. Ah, there we go. There we go. Now we're cooking with gas. That's a little bit better, I think. And there's 4. Sure. That is not gonna go with anything. That sucks. It was doing okay. It was. Fuck, man. 33% there. I think I'm fucked. Yeah, I'm fucked. No, I'm screwed. Yep. Man. I feel like there is a crucial mistake that I'm making. Let's see. And let's try something different. We'll take that. Okay, I guess that was the wrong move, huh? That's fine. Carry on, people. Hello? Aw. I feel like I am making a tactical mistake somewhere around the 30% mark. And I am not yet smart enough to figure out what that is. Ah. Try targeting big groups and dropping them a little faster. Yeah. Yeah, I think that is where we are. I also think that Restream's being a little fucky. Because it thinks that there's only 2 of these going, but I actually am streaming. You know what? As long as it's working, I really don't care. Ah. So much for that. Okay. I'll take that. Okay, it seemed to like that. So there's another bigger group. It's not massive or anything, but it's something. Oh, of course. Of course. Oh. I don't know if that counts. Oh. There we go. Alright, now I think it's starting to maybe sink into my thick head. Sure. There's a green. This will... There we go. Okay, there we go. The other thing I noticed, we're not dropping beans horizontally over gaps. I didn't know that you could. See, I'm not all that smart, you understand?
Hi, honey.
あなたが3番手？
そう。どんな女性でも虜にする。インキュバスターは私のこと。お嬢さんも。
I think I'm thinking too Tetrisy and columns.
私の美形アタックが効かないというのか?
Because it's just similar enough, and then I keep kind of putting myself in that mode, which is not. That's okay. Live and learn. That's okay, Vector Man. I'll try and do that now. While I sit here and choke on chocolate. I don't know if this clothes is making its way around the Midwest, but if it hasn't yet, it's probably coming your way. So if you can avoid it, do so. I've been at this fucking cold for almost a week and a half, and it's only starting to subside. I've already missed a month and a half of training for the staph infection, which that at least is almost gone. Down to like a little dot. Wish I could bill the asshole that gave it to me. It cost me like $200 worth of fucking antibiotics and cream. That's the most expensive way to get creamed outside of Vegas. Gotta tell you. No! Fuck me. That was stupid. I don't know why I did that. That was a dumbass thing to do. Fuck! Yeah, I deserve that. That was stupid. I don't know. That. I'm like, hee hee. Game punished me for making stupid moves. That will help with your combo game. Game over. It's starting to help, though. Like, I mean, it's getting better. I just learned slow. I learned slow. But the important thing is that I learn, and then eventually the game improves. I honestly think puzzle games and a lot of video games, I think they help with hand-eye coordination, and I think as long as they're used in the right way, I think they actually improve quality of life, not just being fun. I think they do actually assist. I would say that because I like video games. But I don't know. I also have a life and a job and a house, so I must be doing something right, I think. Crap. This is definitely... I'm definitely being punished for the moves that I'm making. Negative reinforcement. I'm screwed. Screwed! Yeah. Try it again. We'll try it again. Yes, game over. I did deserve that. I do take responsibility for my mistakes. Alright, let's, this is interesting. That's kind of interesting. So did you play this a lot, Vector Man? Puyo Puyo. Try that. I don't know if that's going to be of much tactical use, but I'll try. Well, I thought that might be a good idea. Apparently it was not. Who earns? There is, again, it seems to be like that 30% crossroads. I feel like I do okay, and then at 30%, like I'm like 30% or so up. And then I do something stupid that causes a... I figured it out eventually. Well, I managed to deal with it eventually in level 2. But I have noticed that it's sort of a strategic problem that the game keeps throwing at me. You don't learn your lesson, the lesson keeps coming to you until you learn it. There we go. I don't know. Try doing it. There we go, we'll try that. Okay, so there's the horizontal. I mean, it still threw a bunch of shit at me, but... I'm just thinking too linearly. I don't know if that's a word. Okay, I did something there that the game didn't like. That it gave me all these extra... I'll just try doing it horizontal like that. Nope, didn't like that either. Fuck me. I'm screwed. Yeah, I'm dead. Ah. I've played Mean Bean Machine on Sonic Mega Collection Plus on the PS2. Mean Bean Machine. Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. That takes me back. I used to play that. Not that much, though. I didn't own it. On Game Gear. Yeah. Didn't like that. Try this. Didn't like that either. Fine. Crap. Logic games, man. What can I say? Apparently nothing of note. Maybe I can save myself. I'm pretty sure I'm fucked, but maybe not. Yeah. Nope, I'm fucked. Looked like I might have cracked the code there a bit, but... Ah, your opponent is breaking beans faster than you. That's why you're getting so much garbage. Oh. So basically, if you take too long and then your opponent is faster, then they get... Basically, it's like almost like a... Now I'm going so fast, I'm not thinking properly. There we go. Oh, I see. So speed and decision making is key. Go figure, huh? So it's sort of like face the rainbow here. Shit. I didn't actually mean for it to go there. I was like trying to rush it and then I put it like right next to it. That was stupid. Now I'm like so busy trying to like hurry up. Now I'm actually making stupid decisions. Trying to get that to match. Ugh. Okay, next one. I can't believe I had that one where I wanted it, and then I hit down too quick, and then I... Alright, next try. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'll go... I think maybe I'm starting to figure what's going on here. Okay. Speed and okay, there we go. Fuck, it keeps going over the right, and it's not actually what I wanted it to do. Maybe the controller's not good for this, but that's my fault. Okay, there we go. I can recover. Okay, here we go. Okay. Okay, this is starting to make some sense. Like I say, I learn slow, but I do learn. Aha! There we go. There we go. Makes sense. As it
Oh
were.
my god.
So my reward is a fucking rooster?
最後の相手かな。そんなに太ってたら飛べないよ。うわごめんなさい。
I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall for the audition for this recording session. Come on, give me chocolate, goddammit. There we go. There we go. Ah, come on, man. So it's interesting you do sort of get rewarded for speed as well. If you take too long, it gives you more shit. But if you speed up a bit, it gives you a little bit more to work with. Although that was shit. Okay, I'm starting to follow. Okay, yeah, no, Vector Man, I see what you mean. A little bit of balance. Whoops. That was a little too much, but... Not enough to not do dumb shit, though. That wasn't good. I'm screwed. That's okay. That's okay. We got lots of options here. I didn't want... Okay. There we go. Ah, that was stupid. And I was rightly punished for that. That was a dumb shit. Oh. That's giving me a little bit of a reprieve. I'm screwed. Better, but I don't think that's quite enough to recover from. Ah, Nope. No! God, I love Japanese melodrama. Yeah, there's plenty of that. Both in real life and in video games. I learned that real quick. I take sip of alcoholic beverage. There we go. Cool. See, I am totally cool with this. Awesome. Yeah. Don't know if that was the right move. Maybe not. Commit to your decision and fucking live with it. Cool. That was supremely stupid, whatever I did. That was total crap. That was total crap. All right, let's see. Make this just a little better. Okay, didn't like that. Jeez, everyone's a critic. Who earns? Yeah, I'm not getting out of that one. That ain't gonna fly for me. Try this again. There we go. Cool. Yeah. Rule of 4, connect 4 fast. Yep. Connect 4 fast. There we go. There's 4. And there's another 4. The game does seem to reward you to some degree for speed. Or not. It started so well and ended in heartbreak. When you get the chance, check out how fast the computer is operating. Yeah, I'll be honest, I should be spending more attention on the computer. I've been sort of ignoring it and concentrating on what I'm doing, which is actually probably a mistake. Like trying to race and not paying attention to your position. And the computer is making decisions a lot faster than I've been. I don't know if I can go as fast as the computer, but I can certainly go faster than I've been going. But it is giving me a lot of crap, though, to be fair. But I'm probably doing it too much. Ah! I have gotten further than last time, but, you know, it's kind of like getting a hot date and then some other guy convinces the girl to go out with him at the last minute instead of you after she agreed. Always something, man. Always something. Life is good. What can I say? Give me green. Give me green. There's nothing to connect, so may as well just go wherever. Aw, come on. What utter shit. No! Okay, give me... Ooh. Or you find... Yeah, or you find out she's fat. Well, it's going to be a good day for the contractors working on the floor joists. Need a new foundation, bud? She's 8,300 pounds and rides like a diesel. Actually, speaking of large engines, the ambulance that we got and that I picked up in Edmonton is based on a Chev G3500 chassis. So I have a V8. I haven't had a V8 in a long time. I forgot how nice it is to have a couple of extra cylinders. It's a much smoother ride. Not the greatest on gas. I mean, all things considered, given how big the vehicle is, I mean, given what the engine's hauling, it's not horrible on gas. But it is nice to have a V8. Kia rides like a fucking go-kart. I was going to say so close, but really it wasn't. This is nowhere near close. Oh, yeah, absolutely better acceleration. Better acceleration, more torque. But I've always been kind of a Chev guy. I was not. But I'm so used to the Kia now. And the Kia is such an underpowered piece of shit. But the Kia is good on fuel, given the vehicle's age. Not the sexiest vehicle by any stretch, but it is good on fuel. I can fill the tank on the equivalent of about $60 US, $50 US. And it will last a long time. Must find brain solution for poor performance and such. I think, you know, it's funny. Like, there are a bunch of people that are on this stream, but the actual count doesn't actually say anything. It's hard for me to imagine going as fast as a computer does. computer goes so unbelievably fast. Granted, I'm not a computer, but it's hard for me to... I have to think about my meal before I kill it. Well, that cost me. Take too long. Get piece wrong. Shit. Well, it was going okay, sort of. Sort of. Such crap. Thank you. Just gonna pause for a minute and take a moment and have some nutritionally deficient food. Weird night, man. I bought a whole bunch of rechargeable AA batteries, and I don't know where like 3 of them went. If I could give a kid a game and let them go to town on it, Puyo Puyo would be it. Yeah, it's hard to go wrong with it. Puyo Puyo, Tetris, Columns. I still have my my gray brick Game Boy. Well, clearly, based on this game, my thinking needs to be sped up. Jiu-Jitsu helps with that too, but I haven't been on the mat for a fucking month and a half. I'm hoping that next week, or at least the week after, at the very most, I'll be able to get back on the mat. And then I'm going to get my ass kicked more than I normally do because I've missed a month and a half, and everybody's going to have a month and a half on me. Puzzle games help. Just another night in Regina. Sirens. People beeping their horns. Idiots with backfiring engines that are not street legal. The cops trying to find them. Them parking in some underpass and waiting for the cops to pass. Lather, rinse, repeat. When you think class and examples of beaming citadels of the world, Regina is not one of the cities that you... Oh, the Game Boy consumer of batteries? I think the Game Gear wins that title, brah. I still have my brick. Check this shit out. See? All hail the brick. Still have my brick. This is not a replica or anything like that. This is the original old school one. I still have it and it still works. Yeah, the Game Gear had backlighting. Oh, and I still have my Tetris cartridge in here. Ta-da! Tetris. How cool is that? I need to get Kirby's Dream Land, but I actually need to clean the contacts on the back. Probably do that this weekend because it won't turn on. Because I have, well, you probably won't be able to see it. I just have some corrosion in the contacts. But a couple of screws, you open it up and then just take it and dip it in vinegar and then do some more cleaning with mirror image. Do some cleaning and you're off to the races really. I'll put this here. Game Boy. Now you're playing with power. But for now, I'm going to play with some more booze. Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. What's progress look like on the Virtual Fighter cabinet? The progress on the Virtual Fighter cabinet is that I am actually missing a JST connector. So I'm waiting for it to come in. Because what I was going to do, I can't remember if I mentioned this or not. My plan was I was going to I'm still making a Y cable. Like a splitter, like a Y splitter. So my thought was initially I figured that I was going to open it up and then I was going to split from basically like a VGA. Like it's not a VGA signal, but a VGA terminal. And I realized that it was very, very close to the yoke. So I decided that it would be better off for me to Y split strictly with JST. But there is only one electronics shop in town, and I've been calling him every fucking week to get me the goddamn part that I need. Oh, well, I'm busy. It's like, don't you like money? And I also need I need a JST NH crimp. And the JST NH crimps are very, very difficult to come by. So I have to wait for it to come from Japan because they don't make them anymore. Now, once the connector comes, everything else is built. I literally am just waiting for a fucking crimp and a little plastic JST connector so that I can basically split. Everything else is already built. Everything else is ready. I need the crimper so that I can basically crimp the cable so that I can connect it so the video signal goes out. It's really stupid, to be honest with you. Because everything else, all the stuff was hard. Everything else was harder. Opening it up and finding out where the signal came out, getting the buffer box and getting the right voltage, and then literally, it's a matter of a 2-cent fucking connector that I need to crimp and use as a proprietary crimp. If it was a normal crimp, like if it was like a more common JST connector, like an XH connector, if it was XH or whatever, anything besides NH, it would have been done by now. But because my local electronics shop is like, it's taking forever to get me the NH crimp tool, that is literally the only holdup. Now, when I get it, I can literally have the cable made in 20 minutes and stick it in. Once I get the crimp and once I get the connector, I can literally make it on my kitchen table in like 20 minutes. I already have the arcade back open, so I can stick it in the video card and then split it. So I am quite literally held up by one stupid little fucking cable. Not even a cable. I actually have the cables. In fact, I can show you the cable right now. I'll grab it and I'll show you. So, Vector Man, I don't know if you can still see me or if you've stepped out. So, this is this is essentially it. Getting fucking caught. Get out of there, goddammit. Okay. Okay, you see me? So, I'm cheating a little bit. But how the hell did this get caught? Okay, here we go. So I got these based on the assumption that I was going to be going out, basically splitting from the JST from the monitor. But because of the way that they wired it, I'm going to do it from the video out, which is, I think yeah. So basically, there's a cable that looks like this, although it's not a rainbow, but it has a slightly different connector. So I don't know if you can see. I'm trying to get it to, not going to focus, but the connector is essentially a variant of this connector. So basically, I have a number of these, so they're both the same. So basically, because I'm using a different connector, I'm waiting for those connectors. I have to. So basically, what I need to do is there's a different connector that's on the end of this. So see how, I don't know if you can see because it's doesn't want to fucking focus, but you can see that each of these cables have red, orange, yellow, blue, and green, whatever. So they're both exactly the same. So basically what I need to do, because this is basically female, I'm essentially need to take this, because I need to make a Y splitter. So I can't actually use the connectors that are on here. So I basically have to take my wire splitter or my wire cutter, and I have to basically cut these connectors off so that I just have the cables. And then what I'm doing is then I'm basically on one end, I'm taking the red and the red and twisting them together. And then the yellow and twisting them together, and all the colors on one end. So I basically have, it looks like a Y. So the twisted part of the connector is going to go in one female, it's going to go in basically one female JST, and then I'll solder them. And then the individual leads, one end is going to go to basically my my VGA block, which is going to go to the buffer box. It's going to send the signal out. And then the other part of it is going to go out to, the other part of it is going to go, basically go straight to the monitor. So it's basically just a Y splitter. So because of the way they set it up, I basically have to cut these white connectors off each end, and then basically like off of both of these cables, and then take the red and then basically twist them at one end, and then crimp them into one connector, and then have the two other ends go to the two separate places. One to the buffer box, which is going to go to the OSSC, which is going to go to the video card that's going to allow me to stream. And then the other part of the Y connector that is going to go to the, obviously to the arcade monitor, so I can actually see what I'm doing while I'm streaming. Now, I could just disconnect it from the monitor and send the signal out to the OSSC right now, but then I would be basically playing the arcade machine. There would be nothing coming from the monitor, and I would have to look at a computer screen while I was playing the arcade machine, which sort of defeats the purpose of what I'm trying to do. So I basically need to have the splitter go. But to do that, I need a part that is 30 years old, and they still make, but it's a special order. And I'm in a bit of a hick town with the one electronics shop where the guy doesn't seem to figure out that, in order to get money, you actually have to order the shit. It's literally a part that's a few cents. Oh. Once I actually get the part, it's done. It's really kind of stupid. Because my plan was to have this done. I think, what was it, August 15th? My plan was to have this done. And then I thought, surely I'll have it in September. September ended up being a shit show. Sorry. And then I finally managed to open it up. And then I realized that was not the way I wanted to wire it, because Sega wired it a little bit differently than I anticipated. And I realized that I wanted to put the connector in a different place. And then nobody has the connector I need readily available. But when I got it, it's done in like 20 minutes. There are a few things in the world that are as annoying as having to wait weeks and weeks and weeks for a plastic part that costs a few cents, or a cable that you could build in like 20 minutes. I've made more complicated cables than this with my soldering iron drunk than this. Now the 64,000 ruble question is there wisdom in soldering while inebriated? I don't recommend it. It's stupid. Have I done it? Yes. Moreover, it illustrates the ridiculousness that is trying to order anything in this fucking province. Saskatchewan is where customer service comes to die, and logic. It's not a very important province as far as the country is concerned, and so they have a little big man syndrome. So they're constantly getting in power trips over everybody, over everything. On the flip side, it's cheap. So you can get a house that ordinarily would cost you a couple of $100,000 in the Midwest. You'd be able to get for probably $100,000 here. So, like anything else in life, it's a trade-off, right? You want something, you can get it, but at the cost of other things. Speaking of upping one's game, this definitely seems to be something here. I feel like I am making a recurring mistake that I am not seeing. I'm obviously making one because that I saw what I did there. Our Western Providence really trying to secede from Canada. That is a very, very good and very complicated question. I'm not laughing at you. It just you've really hit upon a very politically charged and very interesting question. The glib answer is yes. But as the stuff with Trump goes on, I'm not sure how that's evolving. We are definitely living in fucked up times. I can tell you right now, all of my U.S. stuff is totally on hold right now. I am not going anywhere near there until things politically are back to normal and post-Trump. And I think it'll happen, but the simple answer to your question is yes. I know Alberta is talking about it. The province I'm in, which of course is right next door, Saskatchewan, they are... Wow. Again, I need to do something better with this. I don't know. Alberta is seriously considering seceding from Canada. There's a lot of things that they need to do in order to do it. I don't know if it's actually going to be done. It is the most serious that I've seen this in my entire lifetime. The only other province that I have ever historically because the thing is there has to be a referendum. Right? Any province that wants to secede from Canada has to have a referendum to pull its residents in order, and I think it needs to be over 50%, 51% in order. And then if that happens, then there's all this other stuff that has to be put into place. And then there has to be, like, it's a long process. So there are provinces like that are seriously thinking about it, but whether they're going to go through with it, I don't know. And also, a lot of that stuff was talked about before the extent of the ice raids and all the things that are going on right now were known about. So that kind of changes things somewhat too. But it's not completely off the table, but it's an entire kettle of fish. Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, it has been discussed, and it's probably the most serious as it's ever been. The only other province that I can think of in my lifetime that seriously almost got what it wanted in terms of separating was Quebec. And Quebec has been talking about separating for years. This is not new. But in 1995, the most recent referendum, I think it was like 49% said yes. That was very, very close. I remember being in class, they pulled out a TV, and it was live while they were tabulating the results for the referendum, and it was looking very much like Quebec was going to separate that very year. And then at the very, very last minute, it ended up being a no. But it was a real nail biter. Alberta is the one province that has been speaking the most about separating. I personally think our Prime Minister is weak, and I don't think that he's the right person to negotiate with the U.S. I think he's basically the Canadian modern-day equivalent of Neville Chamberlain. I think he's gutless. I think he's a good economist. I don't think he's a very good negotiator. As Winston Churchill said, you don't reason with a tiger. Not that I think Trump is particularly brilliant, but he has an awful lot of power on his side, and he can do a lot of damage. But he's also pissing a lot of very powerful people off, so It'll be very interesting to see how it goes. You know, I would say that Trudeau would be just as bad if he had the same resources and power that Trump has at his disposal. Because, you know, let's be honest, the U.S. is a much larger country economically, influence-wise, and cultural export, and so on. So, and the population is literally 10 times more, right? I mean, the population of Canada is roughly 40 million, whereas the population of the United States is more like 400 million-ish. So you're talking about a nation that is twice the age and twice the size. Or twice the age and 10 times the size. Spock said the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. Well, those with many dollars outweigh those with fewer dollars, I guess. I don't really believe that, but as a practicum, it is true. I think if you gave both men the same resources, the same country, the same whatever, I would say that Trudeau is just as bad in different ways. I would say that under Trudeau, we'd be looking at communism, and I think with Trump, we're looking at a dictatorship. And I would say that those are, as political science goes, they're definitely cousins, but have differ in terms of execution. Which is something I need to do better at this fucking game. If my current Prime Minister is better or worse than Trudeau? Well, my current Prime Minister, I think he's just as bad. I think he's just taking longer to show his spots. Remember, Mark Carney, who is the current Prime Minister of Canada, served in Trudeau's caucus, and he was in charge of the Bank of Canada. So he was very much Trudeau's right-hand man. But now an unemployed Trudeau is dating Katy Perry, so take from that what you will. He kissed a girl and he liked it. While I sit here, you know, breaking gummy beans on a TV screen in Buckfuck, Saskatchewan. So, you know, peace and levity in all things, I guess. I don't know. They're interesting times we live in, man. That's for sure. Ah, come on. I was doing so well for a while. Now I'm fucked without lube. Ooh. Winning word, Ouija. Yeah, I think our current Prime Minister is just Trudeau with a different wardrobe. I think he learned some lessons from Trudeau and is being a lot more careful. But I could be wrong. I'll give credit where credit's due. Yeah, I had him. You talking about the Prime Minister or in the game? My electronic opponent in the game. In the previous attempt, not This one obviously keeps throwing shit at a game. Yeah, I know. It's like, haha, I might have this one. And then it's like, haha, no, you don't. Silly Westerner. You think that you will be given quarter in a Japanese game? Ha ha ha. Silly you. Yes, silly me indeed. Fuck me. Was going okay. But is no longer. I find this highly disappointing. Oh, give it. I'm gonna basically be going to fucking bed and humming the shit. Unfucking believable. Ah, that was dumb. I could have just put that up there. Yeah. I deserve that. Ugh. There's no way out here, man. Excuse me. Ugh. This sucks. If we were in voice chat, I could better flesh out my opinions about Trump. Because I think he's doing pretty good for us. Well. I don't know for how long, but hopefully it ends up being worth it. I mean, he's doing a real fucking number on your stock markets. The tariffs are absolutely pummeling the economy. And to be fair, I will play devil's advocate here. I do understand the desire to kind of limit immigration. I'm not one of these people that's going to go, well, I want my U.S. immigration and blah, 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 and so he's horrible because I'm not getting what I want. I do understand, you know, because I think immigration, there needs to be care in determining who gets to come in and who not. And sometimes the desire when you're not kind of getting what you want is to basically just go and basically shovel everything out, and if you have some collateral damage, then, you know, whatever. I don't know if it's going to be working economically all that well, but we'll see. I mean, right now it does not appear to be working in terms of the world markets. Some of the tariffs and I mean, I had a client that we were going to return some materials to, and I mean, they actually want the U.S. right now with the changes. They actually want everybody sending stuff to the U.S., even stuff that's American property, to basically prepaid duties when it's not even your package and it's going to an American citizen. It's literally a matter of returning so it's just I think the sentiment and the intention is, I get the intention of what Trump is, at least on paper, saying that he's trying to do. The problem is I think the execution is is doing the U.S. economy more harm than good. He's pissing off a lot of trade partners, and even the U.S. doesn't have an unlimited blank check for these things. Well, that's the thing. Prioritizing the well-being of your own citizens over the world populace is sensible. And I think that is absolutely as it should be. The problem is the guy's not an economist. A lot of his businesses have gone bankrupt, and his sort of approach, at least from what the world is seeing, is to basically just say, we don't need you, so we're going to just, if we don't get what we want, we're just going to put tariffs on everything. But it's causing the costs of things to go out of control because it's being implemented too quickly. So the U.S. does not really have enough time to develop its own factories and stuff in place. You build that over like 10, 15, 20 years. You don't do it in 2. And so this is why. So I think the intention of prioritizing your citizens, yes. I think every country should do that. I think Canada should do that. I think we should all do it, including the U.S. The problem is when in your quest to do that, you make decisions that are economically harming your citizens because you don't have the infrastructure in place to build your own shit, right? Even though your intent might be to, prioritize your own citizens, you're actually hurting them. The other problem is that Trump does not listen to his advisors. He thinks he's an expert in everything, and he doesn't listen to advisors and people that, frankly, know more than him about things that are outside of his area of expertise. And I think that's a problem. Right? You wouldn't tell a mechanic how to work on your car. You wouldn't tell a doctor how to. And when you have a bunch of your own people in your own party going, holy fuck, nuts to this, then you got a real problem. If you're a Republican or a Democrat, and you have a majority or minority government, and you have a large amount of your own representatives turning around and going, you're fucking nuts, I'm out of here, and then they're essentially crossing the floor, so to speak, that's a problem. That's a problem. So I would say, yeah, you should prioritize your own citizens, but you also want to be doing it in a way that it actually does that, right? You can't will physics to just change to your whim. Now, if the market would bear it and have everything be able to be done domestically and then reduce and curtail immigration, yeah, absolutely. I think we should do that here too. And I also think that if people are not entering a country legally, then there should be consequences for that. But it's also not good when you've got people that have no criminal records that are American citizens being rounded up without, when they're American citizens being rounded up just because they don't look like what Trump thinks an American should look like. This person looks Hispanic, so they must go to Guatemala. It's like, okay, they're born and raised in the U.S. They have no criminal record. Look at that lawyer that ended up being threatened with deportation. She was born and raised there, and she was an attorney. Nobody bothered to check. That's a problem. If somebody's breaking the law, absolutely, there should be consequences for that. But making stuff up, and like with people that are not breaking the law and rounding them up, this is why it's causing a political problem for him. And he wouldn't have as many enemies either. So I think on paper, the intention is good, what Trump is saying he wants to do. The problem is the execution of it is too impatient, too haphazard, not economically sound, and he's staying the course, and all the data that exists is proving economically and socially that it's not working. So it's certainly going to play to his constituents. And do I like Trump? No. But has he made some good decisions? Yes. Is he a guy I'd want to have a beer with or work for? Fuck no. But just because I think that somebody is doing the wrong thing with a lot of what they're doing does not mean that I'm not going to give credit where credit is due when something good happens. But I think overall, I think he's a bit of a bull in a china shop. And even if his intentions for putting America first are good, I think the execution is causing the opposite. And we're seeing that in the stock markets, and we're seeing that with the costs increasing with political allies, because nobody can do it 100% alone. But do I think that countries should be putting their own citizens first? Fuck yeah. Especially here. Especially here. You know, bring people in that add something to the country. And make sure that they're doing it legally and by the book, and the opportunities should be there for people who are doing it the right way. But, you know, I digress. And mistakes or lack thereof, I do have to give Trump credit for just going, you know what, we're going to try this. Even if I don't think the execution is good, and even though I don't think he's a really nice guy, I do have to give him credit for balls. I don't think it's going to work for him. I think history is going to show that was a colossal mistake. But at least he, on paper, is trying to do something different. He thinks that he's doing something good for the American people, and you know, so I can't really argue that, if that makes any sense. Well, the problem is, yeah, the way I see the economy here is if we want to fix ourselves, we have to go through a little bit of a rough patch, especially after the 4 years of open borders we've just experienced and bad policy and lawfare. I can't disagree with that sentiment. That is true. The problem is I think what's happening is that he's trying to do it too fast, and he's not listening to the economic experts and the policy experts. You know, take the information that you have and then come up with your own conclusion. But I think he's sort of going, I know better than everybody. I know better than the economists. I know better than the doctors. I know better than, you know, and, you know, eventually the entire world is just going to capitulate to what I want, and eventually the tariffs will even out, and you know, we'll all be happy dancing people. The problem is, historically, if you look at the data of any time large tariffs have been implemented, they've blown up in the face of any country that's tried it, including Canada, by the way. We tried this and it didn't work, and Germany tried it and it didn't work, and Italy tried it and it didn't work, and I think Greece tried it and it didn't work. And Reagan said it, which is why Trump was so angry at that ad, that Ontario ad that was run. You know, and a more recent example is look at Toyota. Look at all the Japanese vehicles. They the U.S. tried to basically tariff them out of existence, and it just basically made the Japanese smarter, and they found a way to figure out how to do it. I like GM vehicles, and that's the closest vehicle I can think of that you're gonna get 1,000,000 miles on it if you take care of it. But I had a you know, you have like a 2004 Camry, you don't have to baby it that much to get, 600,000-700,000 miles on it. It'll just fucking run. And then, you can just take a couple of grand and throw in a new drivetrain and get yourself another 1,000,000 kilometers out of it. Mainstream media is not honest with the narratives they spin. And I can say that with authority because I used to work in the mainstream media, and I worked at the largest network here. And I also did some work with U.S. networks. And I worked in the news, and that's one of the reasons that I got tired of it. I didn't like the spin, and I saw it. We would have meetings in the newsroom about how we were going to say something or spin something or whatever, and I was just like, you know what, man, I'm out. I'm going to stick to programming that makes people happy in sports. Can't go wrong with sports. I grew up in Ottawa, which is like the Canadian equivalent of growing up in Washington. And people would say, oh, well, why did you get out of news? I'm like, well, because I'm so much better a lobbyist than I am a journalist, which is a cute way of saying I like doing programming and content that makes people happy, which usually involves telling them what they want to hear. That having been said, I also want to be able to sleep at night. And I am not able to sleep at night if I'm telling somebody that's losing their home or they're this or they're that, everything is wonderful, and then piss on them and tell them it's raining. But sports, everybody can get down with sports, so I do sports. But everybody loves sports. They get people fired up, they get people riled up, and nobody dies. Have a couple of beer and throw a couple of punches and kiss and make up and live to see another day. I've seen big YouTubers that I watch smeared on top of that. Yeah. Me, I just don't give a shit anymore. I've been in television for 20 years. I do this for fun. And, I'm not important enough for people to skewer me. And if they do, well, whatever. But you know what? There's always sports. There's provincial sports, there's state sports, there's collegiate sports. There's national sports. I have the right to British citizenship because my parents are British. My senior producer also has British parents. Sports are everywhere, man. I can do sports wherever. Can't go wrong with sports. There was a time when I used to care a lot more. That time has long passed because there's always somebody offended about something. And there's always somebody that wants to threaten you over something. I've had this happen to me many, many times. Oh, you better do this or you better do that. Or what? Or what? Are you going to cancel me? We're syndicated. This is why I like syndication, right? If you've got a TV show and you're on a network and somebody in the network doesn't like you, then you're gone from 300 network affiliates. But when you're in syndication, it's market to market. So if somebody doesn't like you, it's usually at one station, and then you find another affiliate in that particular DMA, and there you go. I mean, or if you have a regime change, then you just go somewhere else. Here's a good example. One of the shows I do, Go Nitro. I had a deal with Sinclair Television, who has been in the news for various things largely bad. So Go Nitro was a very popular show in Rochester, New York, and I'm good friends with the programming guy there, and we're still friends and we're friendly. But there was a new regime change because the guy at Sinclair, the head programming, retired, We used to be on Fox Rochester, which is WUHF. Well, then with the regime change, there just wasn't any room to be on Fox Rochester anymore. And we were getting more NBC affiliates, so now we're running on WHEC, which is the NBC affiliate in Rochester. So, you know, now if it were network, I would have been fucked. I would have lost all of them. Whereas you just go across the street, called up Dick. Hey man, you think you might have room on NBC to run Go Nitro because we're moving away from Fox? Yeah, man, as long as you don't mind having it run as needed, because we don't have a firm, network schedule software. I'm like, yeah, that's fine, man. That's totally cool. Right? It's more about the individual relationships you have with the people, because there's always going to be a need for content. And at the end of the day, the FCC requires a certain amount of programming. And, honestly, most of my shows are running on U.S. stations. And the tariffs don't really affect me that much because we're not charging for the shows. The shows are free. We give the shows... We make our money from the royalties on the shows and from advertising that we sell. It does mean that we have to pay... Like, we're out of pocket for the production fees to make the shows. But we make the shows in-house. So, it makes it really easy. The Rod Peterson Show, it's syndicated. We just make it here. Go Nitro, it's syndicated. We make it here. All these shows are here. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Anybody that disagrees with the left is immediately labeled a Nazi and a racist. And it's really bad with that here, too. You cannot have an intelligent conversation with people and meet in the middle. You're absolutely right. And it's one of the things that I find really frustrating is you can't have an intelligent you and I are. You know, we can look at something and go, like we're doing it right now. You know, we're agreeing about some stuff and disagreeing on others, but we're able to have an intelligent conversation and see points from both sides. But you know as well as I do that most people can't do that. You're this and you're that, blah, blah, blah. Do I like Trump? Absolutely not. Do I think he's good for the country? Not really. Do I have a right to an opinion with that as far as... No, because I'm not a U.S. citizen. That having been said, just because I don't like him and it's not popular to like Trump does not mean that I'm going to turn around and say that he hasn't done some good things, because he has. But boy, does that make me public enemy number one. Well, if you don't like him so much, then why are you saying he's doing good things? Well, nobody's perfect. Those two words. Which two words? Oh, Nazi and racist. Yeah. Oh, an ist. Any ist. Here they'll go, oh, well, you're transphobic and you're LGBTQ phobic and you're this phobic or whatever phobic. That's the other big one here is whatever phobic. You have the ists and the obics. You're an ist or obic. And then those are the magic words to just shut down any intelligent debate that might happen. I mean, it's a real mob mentality, and it's really just too bad. Yeah. Yeah, it's ridiculous. You know, wasn't the most amazing movie, but 2010, the sequel to A Space Odyssey, there was a scene that stuck with me after basically in it the government was like, you know, the Russian and the U.S. must stay away from each other on the space station or whatever, otherwise they'll be charged with treason. And the Russian cosmonauts, like, I can't talk to you anymore because of our governments. And then the American astronaut says, well, you know, just because our governments are acting like assholes don't mean that we do. I think there's, yeah, I remember when a phobia was an irrational fear. That was a long time ago, wasn't it? I mean, well, a lot of my friends are American. My real life friends are American. A lot of my colleagues are American. I work in American television in Canada right now, but I mean, you know, and we all talk about it all the time. Even you, like virtually, like American, like we talk about this stuff all the time. Just because, you know, a bunch of us have citizenship on different sides of the border doesn't mean that we can't and aren't still friends and worry about the other's well-being. I feel like the human element is coming out of just too much stuff. Too much stuff. There's no critical thought. There's no intelligent debate. You can't sit and talk to anybody. I mean, I remember in school we used to be taught how to have an intelligent debate, and you know, and have all different viewpoints. And now we're essentially dealing with the 21st century equivalent of book burnings. Oh, well, we can't have this stuff in the library, and we can't. This is unsafe. It's like, yeah, you know, the Nazis were doing that. Just we're just banning stuff instead of burning it. It's a little less dramatic. Like, I feel like one of the most dangerous, you know, 5 words in the human history are "it's for your," or 4 words, "it's for your protection." Well, okay. Who decides what protection that I need or we need or any of us need? If it's for our protection, why can't we have the data so that we can come to the same conclusions or at least see how you're arriving at yours? Oh, well, we can't do that. Well, why not? Right? So you are 100% right about that, my friend. But, and I think eventually things will get back to normal as they were. But I think it's going to be a rough ride, and it's going to take a while before we get to that. Yeah, have a fear of clowns. Ah, you're a clownist. Yeah, pretty much. This is the wrong era for people to be afraid of clowns. It's all we're fucking living with these days. They don't call themselves clowns, but... The other thing that annoys the shit out of me is people confusing or acting like opinions are facts. You know, oh, well, I polled 100 people and they all agree with me that 2 + 2 = 5 and majority rules. Okay, well, you tell the engineer, not even the engineer, you turn around and tell the airframe of an aircraft that you've decided that you've polled 100 people and that the math, even though the math says that the load-bearing safety for pressurization of the cockpit, you know, should be different than what it actually is, and that you've decided it's going to be something else, and then you go ahead and argue with the the airframe after it blows up and everybody dies on the plane because you decided the math was going to be different than what it was because majority rules. Doesn't work that way. Yeah, Zero, you said it. Yeah, no, most people never grow up. Yeah, that's the thing. Right? Oh, I remember they're like, oh, well, it'll be better when you get, people will grow up once you get out of high school. Hello? I apparently am being summoned for attention. Do you want attention? I'm actually surprised it took her that long. Zero. You coming over? Obviously, you're jumping on me and yelling at me, so that's what we get. Hello, Zero. Yeah, most people don't grow up past high school. And people are so fucking, like, they'll get in your face, and used to be you'd get punched for some of the stuff that people do now. Guy was trespassing on my property and decided to haul off and clock me one. I mean, I braced for it because he was an old man. I think I told you about that. He got himself arrested. I could have turned the guy into a pretzel, but it's like, okay, well, I don't really want to get arrested too. So, you know, just people are just unbelievable. And nobody has the ability to take any responsibility for their actions either. You have to kind of beat it at everybody, so to speak, metaphorically. And probably literally, but that's against the law. Hello, Zero. Hello, Zero. That's interesting. She just wants her neck. Hello, Zero. Hi. Hi. So do you have any position on the world's politics, Zero? You okay? You okay? What's going on? What's going on? This is Zero. Zero. You got hair all over your face. There you go. You're literally drowning in your own shedding. Here. Try to give the cat some attention. You want attention? You want attention? Is that what you want? Is that what you want? This is apparently what you want. Attention. Why? I have to finish playing my game. Alright. She had a bit of a hairball earlier today. Zero. Would you? And yeah, you're right. Most people don't. I wonder how people manage, and it's not. And the thing is it's not about what you know either. Like, you get people that are in these positions, and it's like they fucked their way to the top, or they knew somebody, and then they think that they earned it. It's just unbelievable. I mean, I guess you could say that about everything to some degree. Depending on, you know, how you... lobby things. But you know what? It's easier to cope with life by moving blobby things on the screen. Is it constructive? Maybe not directly, but... The other thing that I've noticed, and I don't know if this speaks to sort of the everybody's a winner participation medal type stuff, but here's what I feel is an interesting example potentially of that. So did you ever play Vector Man, the original Final Fantasy, like the one for the NES, like the original? So if you oh, it definitely has a lot to do with somebody's upbringing. But so in the original Final Fantasy for the NES, or Famicom if you prefer, when the game starts, it doesn't really give you any indication at all, and it takes a while before you're really on the world map, so to speak. So in the original version of Final Fantasy for the NES, you have to walk around with no indication really as to where you're going at all. Find a town, figure out what the fuck you're doing, and then you have to wind up finding, and then you end up having to find the castle, to basically talk to the king and then all the garland stuff and everything before the game even starts. So that eats up a decent amount of time before you even really know what's going on. Yeah, so the OG Final Fantasy. So if you remember, and I'm sure you do, you know, before you weren't anywhere near the castle. You had to kind of go through and deal with some random enemies and then talk to a bunch of random people and then figure out where to go. And then you ended up having to get to the castle. And then you had a bunch of guards, and then you basically had to find and then basically get kicked out, and then the game starts. So you just have to figure this out on your own and take your time, right? It's not instant. You're not in the castle talking to, anything like that. But if you've played... This is where I kind of first noticed this. When I got an Advance, like a Game Boy Advance, I was like, oh, cool, they're reissuing Final Fantasy. It's like a remake. Cool, I get to do all this again. But I hadn't played, at the time, I hadn't played the OG Final Fantasy in a long time. And I was sort of playing it. And then you were already kind of in the town already. And I'm like, well, that's weird. I feel like I had to do a lot more to get to the town. Okay, whatever. And then later on, I got a PSP. And then they'd reissued it, I think, for that. Or it was either PSP or something else. But anyway. But then they supposedly remade it again. And then the game starts. And you're actually in the castle, basically talking to the king. So every so-called reissue of the so-called original game takes away more and more and more and more and more and more and more of the work you had to do just to figure out what the hell was going on before the game even started. As if it was too hard and you were getting spoon-fed more and more and more and more and more. And I feel like this is what is going on now. That nobody wants to put the work in, and everybody needs to be spoon-fed. Here's another good example of this. You ever play Simon when you were a kid? Did you have a Simon machine in the memory game? And the old school 80s and early 90s, even mid-90s, the Simon machines, it was sort of like Tetris. It would keep the better you did, it would just keep giving you a longer and a longer and a longer and a longer musical memory sequence until you forgot one, and then the game would end and it would stop. Well, I thought, well, you know what? I kind of want to keep my memory sharp if I can, so I decided to get one of those little Simon machines. I thought, oh, this is cool. This is awesome. Actually, I think I have it here. I think I can show you. Watch this. Yeah, the Simon Says game. Like the little Simon game. Yeah, here we go. So see if you notice what's wrong with this game. The sequence should get longer and longer and longer and longer. It should go 2 notes, 3 notes, 4 notes, 5, 6, 10, 12, 30, 100, whatever, until you... hang on. Tilk, is that you? Just making sure there isn't an intruder on the... What are you doing, bud? Oh, that is you. Okay, good boy. Okay, I was just making sure that there weren't any fucking weird people on the property. Alright, so here's the Simon game. See if you recognize what's wrong with this thing. And apparently they're all like this. Okay, here's the first one. Let it go. 0. See if you notice. See if you notice what's wrong with this. Hang on. Yep. So I looked it up and I'm like, there should be more than a few notes. Right? It should keep adding more and more and more notes. So I thought maybe there was something defective with my unit. Or maybe there was a variant, or maybe there was some other program in here, like a different game. And it turns out that now Hasbro, they make them all like this. And I looked it up, and because people can't handle it when they lose because they forget one enough that it was affecting sales, so they make it that it only has so many notes and then it resets, which defeats the entire fucking purpose of the game. The idea is to improve your memory. Yeah, they're keeping us dumb. So the only reason I haven't chucked this fucking thing is because I'm going to open it up and I'm going to rewire it, and I'm going to put a little Arduino in it when I have some time, because that's a relatively simple program. And then I'm going to rewire it basically so that it's running on an Arduino, and then it'll have a proper Simon game that works the way the old Simon. I guess I could just buy a new, like an old Simon game, but I kind of like the way this looks. I think the LEDs and everything are cool, and it runs, it runs on batteries, and I can take it with me and throw it in my bag and whatever. But I was like, look, I get pissed off when I play sometimes. We all do. We've all had our controller throwing across the room days. But honestly, taking what is supposed to be an educational game or a skill developing game and just having it so that it's just doing a couple of notes. I mean, sorry, I'm getting myself worked up here. I mean, they're making everything easy and then saying, oh, look at how smart you are. And then like people like me, like us, I guess, are going, something screwy's going on here. Something's off. This isn't the way I remember. Oh, wait, yes, it is. And then you dig and you dig and you dig and you dig, and then you find the old one, and then you realize that it's not like that at all. And then people go, oh, well, no, it's fucking not. Like, I'm holding this thing here. Look at this old Simon machine from 1985 or 1988, and, and it's going. And then I've got this little cookie here, and then it gives me 3 notes or 5 and resets, and they'll go, oh, no, it's absolutely the same. No, it's not. It's not the same. Yeah. And not only, the other thing that drives me crazy about it is not just the fact that they're doing this, but that you can sit there and hold 2 of them in your hand. You've got this one in one hand. You've got the old school one from the 80s in the other hand. The other one's going on and on and on and on forever, as it's supposed to. And then this thing is doing 5 notes, and then you'll have some fucking idiot turn in front of you and with a completely straight face say, no, you're wrong. They're both absolutely the same, and you're imagining things. I'm like, I'm sorry. 30 notes, 40 notes, 50 notes, 100 notes versus 3 notes or 5 notes is not the same fucking thing. Oh, well, you just don't understand. No, you don't understand. And we're seeing more of this. we're seeing more of this. It keeps happening, and it's crazy making. I mean, I know people like saying, "Oh, well, gaslighting," and they misuse the term gaslighting. This is an example of gaslighting when you slow drip stuff, and yeah. You wonder why I like playing this shit, right? A lot of these games are hard. When you were a kid, I mean, okay, points for emotional regulation, I guess. But, I mean, I don't know about you, but when I was a kid, occasionally, you'd throw your controller at the TV, which is not great. When I was a kid, when that happened, I got a spanking. But these games were hard. Not all of them, but some games were very hard, and you had to work at them, and some games are very frustrating. This is probably why I'm doing jiu-jitsu, because jiu-jitsu is the only real-world feedback that you get anymore, right? You have to, you've got another guy or girl or whatever that is using physics and inertia and balance points and everything to basically try and kill you. And if you don't do it properly, then you get submitted. You get submitted. You can't turn around and say, "Oh, well, I would have won that one if." You either do the physics or the balance or the move and the timing correctly, or you lose. You measure your progress based on how much longer you last with the clock, because you get your ass handed to you for years. But it's honest feedback. It's honest feedback. You go in there and you go, "Okay, I'm going to roll this guy or whoever," and you do your open roll and you fist bump, and then you do your match, and you either submit or are submitted. Or you're deadlocked and like leg entanglements, right? It's a real fight, a legal fight. You're fighting with a friend, but it's still a fight. It is the moves and the approach is not binary, but the end result is very much binary, which a lot of martial arts are not. You have a real world battle tested puzzle, and you have to outperform the other guy. You cannot bullshit yourself and say, "Well, this was flawed because of this. This was flawed because of that." You lost because you fucked up. You might have done better. You might have lasted longer. That's progress. That's the way to a win in a match. But it's still binary in the sense that you either tap somebody or you're the one that's tapped. And your buddies might try and make you feel better, but you lost and you know what you did wrong. And if you don't know what you did wrong, but you know that it didn't work, then you go to your buddies for help and say, "Hey man, what did I do that you were able to exploit to beat me?" But the nice thing about it is then somebody can, but then you get feedback. "Well, you leaned a little too far forward, and so I was able to control the distance and get you off balance, and then and then I was able to do a knee on belly, or I was able to take that inertia and turn it into a seinage, and then or when you went over, I was able to swivel my legs over and you didn't see and get an arm bar." Or. Well, I threw the controller, and my dad did beat my ass. Yeah, I got my ass tanned. I'm not gonna lie. My dad, I didn't get beaten up that often when I was a kid, but I got a few solid tannings, we'll say. I did. I truly did. But what I'm saying is, we're kidding around here, but the point I'm trying to make is that a lot of these games, they don't coddle you. Oh, well, everyone is a winner. No, they go, look at Last Bronx. It doesn't just stop when you lose a match. It goes, you lose, in big red letters. You lose. And then you have the fucking character that beat you laughing at you. Like, you get you lose blinking in big red letters, and then you have the fucking character laughing at you and taunting you and giving you shit talk while you're bleeding on the screen and the camera's spinning around. You know what I mean? This is sort of what we're missing. I don't know, man. It's just this shit. And you get people that mouth off to your face or whatever because they've never had their face punched in. Yeah, game tells you suck, try again. It's simple. Sometimes things are frustrating. You lose. Doesn't mean you're going to lose all the time. You just go, okay, I want to win this game. Game says I suck. What can I do to not suck? What can I do to get better? What can I do to last longer? What can I do to... that's what she said. But, I mean, what can I do to improve? What can I do to get closer to the result that I want? And it's the same with video games. It's the same with martial arts. It's the same with life. It's this, I want this right now, and I need to have this right now, and I need to have exactly what I want, whenever I want, however I want, and I don't want to have to work for it. Well, tough shit. Tough shit. Oh, I didn't win, and I should have gotten that one, blah, blah, blah. But you know what? Maybe you should have, but you know what? You can try again. Instead of figure out what was going... And sometimes a game can glitch. Sometimes you can lose unfairly. So, reset the system and work on it again. Yeah, you said it, Zero. And I mean, you know, see, even the cat agrees with me. You I don't know. It's just something failing does not mean that it will continue to fail. You go, okay, all right. I lost this match, this game, this whatever, this da-da-da-da-da. It will, like, whatever. It doesn't fucking matter. Doesn't matter. Pick one. Okay, all right. Well, let's analyze why I didn't get the result that I wanted. Okay, maybe the game wasn't working. Probably not. Probably fucked up. But, you know, if the game didn't fuck up and it didn't glitch out and there wasn't a problem or something like that, well, let's assume the 99% probability that it's performance-based. Okay, well, what can you do? Okay, well, maybe the computer's really, really hard. Okay, fine. All right, well, what's the computer doing? Pick a character. Oh, this character's punches are maybe weaker. Maybe he's a little slower than another character. Maybe the kick doesn't have as much power as an uppercut, depending on the character. Maybe the character, the opponent that you're going up against, the computer is faster or has a stronger punch or is better in close range or better long range or whatever. You look at that information, you try to analyze a pattern, if not necessarily a pattern based on where the character is moving or when the character is moving, at least how the character is moving and what works and what doesn't. Oh, I punched that guy in the face. In Virtual Fighter 2 or Last Bronx or or Fighters Megamix or Fighting Vipers or whatever. It doesn't really matter. You go, oh, this character, if I punch this character in the face with an uppercut, then I get 30% more damage than if I do a kick to the shin. Maybe their kick to the shin is not working, is not as powerful. So maybe if I want a finishing shot and I don't want the person to come in and do a stronger XYZ move that they have, then maybe I'm going to make a note of what attacks that I have that have a higher probability of damage historically than other ones and concentrate on that. Focus on the stuff that works, try and minimize the stuff that doesn't, and then chip away at it until it's done. Let's take some sports as an example. LeBron James, amazing basketball player. Had a history with Golden State pissing off other teams. Go up against LeBron James, and then they just go pew, right? Because nobody can compete. Tilk, come. Okay, go lie down. Lie down. Tilk, lie down. Okay, I guess you can lie down there. Good boy. Trying to regain my train of thought mid-rant here. Yeah, sports. So one of the most amazing... generally, I'm not an NBA fan. I'm a college hoops fan. I'm an NCAA fan. I'm a Syracuse man. But the 1 year that Toronto was playing Golden State, and they won. They got the NBA trophy, and they were playing LeBron, and it was like surgery, man. They were just chipping away and chipping away and chipping away and chipping away. It was the ultimate example of focus on the point and not the match. And LeBron was losing it. I think this was 2016 or 2017. I forget what year it was. But it was amazing. It was one of the only times in years that I was sitting and I was watching the fucking game on TV like, holy shit. And I was a point guard, right? I played basketball. Another good example is the attitude that I'm not a fan of the Blue Jays, okay? I've never been a fan of the Blue Jays. But look at the I think I was on when that game or one of the games was on, and Toronto lost to the Dodgers. Now, it looked like, and then there was that one. It seemed like he was safe, and then it was like a lead. Like I forget exactly what it was, but it was just some kind of shitty calls. But the Jays are going, okay, all right, well, there's things we could have done to make that the bases were loaded, or it was like the bases were loaded. A bad call, we'll work on it next year. I mean, that's the right attitude, which is a very not Toronto way of dealing with it. But you don't see that, right? You don't see that, and that's the problem. That, to me, that's a big fucking problem, and I don't know what it is. Yeah, back in ye old Mario Party, they ask you if you want the star, and if you say no, then it is no. Now they ask you if you're sure. Yeah, this fucking did this. I was losing my shit at the computer the other day. I finished the show, and we finished the Rod Peterson show for the day, and I'm like, I got the master up to Fox in Vegas and did the podcast and everything we do every day for the show. And I'm telling the computer to shut down, and I'm multitasking, and the computer's like, are you sure? Like, yes, just shut down. So I told it, yeah, I want to. And then it's like, oh, well, you have these applications open. I'm like, just fucking shut it down. Like, shut it down. Like, I can understand asking once if there's something open, if there's an unsaved document. That I get. I understand that. Okay, cool, awesome. But if I say shut the fucking thing down, I mean shut the fucking thing down. And if it deletes a bunch of shit because I was too impatient, guess what? That's on me. We end up wasting so much fucking time with all this stupid shit. And then people wonder why there aren't enough hours in the day. Because we're being babysat by all these goddamn computer programs that keep asking us shit. When it's something that we don't care about and they don't care about, but we both know that if they want data that we don't want to give it to them, they're going to find a way to try and fucking trick the phone into giving it to them anyway. Like this illusion of control bullshit. It's just, I don't know. I guess we can TLDR this as people are stupid. I think we can agree on that. Hang on, I'm going to get myself a little bit more to drink. Not going to make myself sick this time. By the way, I appreciated your concern. I was not in the dinner didn't agree with me. But I'm going to be smart tonight, or at least less stupid. See, that's all we can hope for, is to be less stupid. And what's sad is even that is such a small user group these days. Holy fuck. I go and get some booze and now I'm getting spam from... What the shit is this? What the fuck? Google, wow. Well, hey, you know what? At least as far as bots, this is... What the fuck? Please join Rabbi Rothschild's Discord. Real life Truman Show. Type Rabbi Rothschild on YouTube and filter by live for more than 20 live streams. Rabbi is live on YouTube 24/7, 365 days for more than 3 years. Well, how does he eat, minister, and shit? Does he do it at the same time? Power of God, I guess. Rabbi has more data on internet than anyone ever. Futurology topics like anti-gravity, AGI, ASI, Santa Claus machines, invisibility cloaks, UFOs, alien disclosure, and more. Please share to be a trillionaire. I got nothing. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck is this, man? Like... Okay, that is almost worth me going to check out just for entertainment purposes, but not quite. Like, what the fuck? Okay, Rabbis and Aliens. Sounds like a cover band to me, but... Okay, sure. Sure. Well, yeah. I don't know what the hell you call it. Jeez, Lou. Total fucking horse shit. Ah! All this crap. I feel like I'm starting to... I don't know. This is pretty... This is pretty rich, man. It's just, wow. Unfucking believable. Well, it's been an interesting Saturday night. I will give it that. You can't make this shit up. You just can't. Yeah, Rabbi Rothschild. Like, I don't know who the fuck he is, man, but you know, that was the most entertaining bot I've seen in a long time. In fact, I think that might even be the most I think that actually is the most interesting I just Did he subscribe to the... Okay, hang on. I got I gotta see this. That's weird. I'm just gonna check something real quick. I don't know if I lost my connection or what. Am I still up? Yeah, it was saying that it lost the connection. And I just wanted to make sure that it didn't put it in its own thingy boober. But I was also curious to see, because there's a couple of new subscribers here, but I'm just trying to. So, have you seen this Rabbi Rothschild? Like, are you familiar with him? Because seems like a bit of a loon to me, but I mean, it's so unbelievably fucked up that it's. I'm just seeing, like, I'm just looking at the bottom of the screen and seeing if I'm just looking to see if he shows up in the scroll at the bottom of the screen. I'm just waiting for it to sort of repeat in the subscribers area. I don't know. It amuses me. No, it's something else. Stat and Kelly, blah, blah, blah. These were the guys from a little while ago. Like, I don't know. There's some. I mean, it's entertaining that you get these crazies that are on here, but I mean, they're also kind of contributing to the problem. Like, any nutcase can turn around and find enough fuck-ups just like them on the internet, and you know, and it makes them think that there's legitimacy. Oh, you see it in the chat. Yeah. So, I mean, you get this shit whereby you get these people that start these channels or do these conspiracy, like 20, 30, 40 years ago, people would just treat them like a bunch of nutters, and now they become celebrities or quasi-celebrities. I mean, it's entertaining, but it's also pretty scary. Actually, it's very scary. Me, anyway, but... Hey, what do I know? What do I know?
Thank you.
20 years ago, the internet was the land for the outcast. That is very true. That is very, very true. I think I'm getting a little slow here, but keep getting shit. Insta shit. Well, that was shit. Yeah, really. Napoleon Dynamite. I haven't seen that in a long time. Ye old dating Wild West on Plenty of Fish. Keep giving me shit to work with here. Dial-up chat rooms. Yeah, I remember that all too well. I think I'm gonna switch to the other game. spilt my booze like a fucking idiot, so I had to clean it up. So stupid. Like I was like, oh, there's my booze, and I was trying to be so careful, and I just like my fingers shook, and I spilled it all over the fucking. So I had to basically clean up Fireball stick all over the shelf, and I had a bunch of rubbing alcohol to clean it up. So go me. I'm not even that drunk. It's such horse shit, what it is. Let's try this again. All right, Cyberbots, Full Metal Madness. Well, maybe they can hold their drink better than I can. All right, let's try this. Arcade mode. I don't even know this was in arcade. How many caricature? Yeah. Alright, let's try Blodia. Sounds like a gas medication. I mean, Blodia. Special bloat relief for fat people. Oh, that's cool. You can do like judo throws and stuff. This is kind of like if Battle Arena Toshinden was not 3D and didn't have fucked up paper weight mechanics. Phase 2. The fucking fight. Fight doesn't have a phase, it has a match. Or a round. It doesn't have a phase. Phase 2. It's a fucking fight. There's nothing even remotely phasey about it. I mean, this is basically mecha deathmatch phase. So stupid. Well, yeah, of course the target is destroyed. It's a fucking fighting match. What am I supposed to do? Stick my dick in him? I love the mouth. We don't need to worry about such things as drawing proper. Yeah, destroyed single-handed. He was destroyed with one hand on a Saturday night. Like that's never happened before. Gotta watch that sticky stain on the hentai manga that have the dog ears in them. 2-hit combo. You want fries with that? Because I'm thinking, no. You can pick fries, onion rings. You could maybe have a little bit of extra gravy. And you can have yourself a cup of coffee. You want some coffee? I feel like some coffee. I can't get through my morning unless I have some coffee. Well, I think the term voice acting is somewhat charitable, but yes, there is voice. It's cool though. It's cool, and the mechanics feel good. It's not super fast. Like it doesn't have that, boy, you better get your combo speed that you would with an SNK game or Street Fighter. But it's not a button masher. It's not a button masher. It is you know what I would actually put this at? I would put this kind of feels like Darkstalkers with mechas. Or with mechs, sorry. Yeah, this is Darkstalkers with mechs. Darkstalkers is not quite as fast as Street Fighter. And I find that it's not as challenging. But it sort of feels like that, at least in the Japanese compared to the North American version. Japanese, the North American version of this, or Street Fighter? Because I played both and I didn't really see much of a difference, to be honest. Oh, Cyberbots. Why? How does the American version play? Because this is the Japanese one, obviously. I didn't actually know it was released here. Learn something new every day. Ooh. Yeah, unit damaged. Turned me into a used up can of cloverleaf salmon in the landfill and a unit damaged. There's the understatement of the fucking year. He's in pieces and he's completely melted and looks like shredded shit, but unit damaged. Voice acting doesn't exist in North America. Oh, there's no voice acting. Huh. 8 7 6. Can't figure out if he's Japanese, English, or Italian. We'll try something different. I don't know, I kind of like this dude. We'll try the neon green sort of Power Rangers look-alike. Go Power Rangers. Go Power Rangers. Something Power Rangers. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Beep 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 dee 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 dee. This character, I wouldn't say that Darkstalkers is slow. Like, I don't mean slow in the sense that it's slow, but I find that it's not as fast. Like, it's not as... It's a little bit more of a button masher, and it doesn't feel as fast to me as Street Fighter. I don't find Darkstalkers as challenging. It's not as... If Darkstalkers is Risk, then Street Fighter 2 is Catan. Let's say. Ow. Well, that didn't work very well, did it? Apparently, I am the one who's slow now. So, well, I almost won, but didn't. No prizes for second best, I guess. You gotta be quick in the first Darkstalker specifically. Yeah, I don't know. I find that it feels lighter to me than Street Fighter. It's fast in terms of speed. I just don't find that you have to be as fast in terms of play. I find that it's a bit more forgiving. than Street Fighter 2. Probably not the greatest choice of words on my part. I find Darkstalkers a lot easier than Street Fighter 2. I find it more forgiving. Yeah, I'm liking this dude a lot more than the other one. Like, Darkstalkers is fast-paced, like there's speed, but it just... You can do a lot more damage with a lot less work. You don't have to... I don't want to say you don't have to think, but you don't have to be as... You don't have to make as much of a meal out of the controls in Darkstalkers to do well as you do in Street Fighter. Like Street Fighter, you really need to know your combos backwards and forwards and inside out. Like it's more maybe more of a, I don't know if I'd say more strategic. It just, I feel like there's more skill necessary to really master Street Fighter as opposed to Darkstalkers. I love Darkstalkers. I love the look. I mean, Morgan doesn't do it for me, but... But I love Darkstalkers. It was one of the first games that I got for my PSP when the PSP first came out. To give you an idea of that I'm old, the PSP came out in my first year of college. That was the one system that I was an early adopter for, the PSP, and that I was so disappointed with that. I ended up having to wait like a year for the games I wanted to play because nothing proper shipped. I was just like, after the one time being an early adopter and, you know, pre-ordering my PSP, I'm like, wow, this is all that's available at launch. Never again. Like, just never again. I was not impressed. Because I wanted to play Crisis Core and 2004. 2004, 2005. Because I just finished high school and I was just going into college. There we go. Yeah, well, that's what happens when you basically have somebody with a giant bionic fist smash you in the fucking head. That is typically what happens. Youngster. Oh, 04 was a weird year, man. Doesn't take long to get old. You can still be cool and not look your age, but when you're 40, you're 40. Sometimes I get people cussing, wow, I didn't know you were 40. I thought you were like 30 or 29 or 20. And I'm like, nope, I'm fucking 40. I look 40 and I feel 40 today. It's like, I love these retro games. It's like, yeah, man, they weren't retro when they came out for me. But a lot of these games I didn't get to play because they didn't come out here. I remember the ads for the Sega Saturn, but not gonna lie, man, this game's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Another fine wine level recommendation of yours, Vector Man. You definitely do pick the awesome games. You have great taste. This is very cool. Oh, I don't remember if I mentioned it earlier, but Ninku is in customs. So I'm hoping it'll arrive soon. There was a Canada Post strike, so I was waiting a while for it. But Ninku, the disc, is on its way. It's sitting in Canadian Customs in Vancouver. Just pick him up and throw him. It's like, don't you hit me, you stupid piece of shit. Fuck you, man. Just grab him and throw him across the whole guy. Yeah, did I? Yeah. I'd forget my head if it weren't attached, especially these days. I was having memory problems. I'm going to be so pissed if this disc doesn't work. It should, though. The guy was a bit of a dickhead that I bought it from, the guy in Japan. He was like, he wanted, I forget what he wanted. He wanted 40 or 50 bucks for it. I'm like, yeah, I'll give you 30. And he agreed. And then he put in the wrong address by accident and canceled the order. And then he wouldn't honor the price and tried to counter at a higher price after canceling the order. I'm like, yeah, you're not honest. My friend was ordering it for me, and I said, just tell him that he's being dishonest. And he's like, well, that doesn't work in North America. I'm like, no, trust me. It's not North America. If you tell him that he's dishonest, even if he is being dishonest, he'll honor the price. Sure enough. There is some benefit to having experience with other cultures. That shit wouldn't work here. Your mother would be ashamed. That shit doesn't work on me, but it still works in Asia sometimes. Proceed. Wow. Ow. That didn't go very well, did it? That is extremely painful. Yeah, oh, it's very dishonorable. I agree. We told him that he was most dishonorable eBay Sarah. And so if he not on a price, we be very pissed off. And so he on a price sent to Canada from Japan. Then we get exciting video game action for Saturday night. Through haggle with the old man with questionable ethics in Japan. I told him he on a price focus you. He be what we call big dick samara fucker. Dishonor on you, dishonor on your cow. Make a note of this. I gotta tell you, this guy I'm fighting here is kind of acting like a 1976 Ford Pinto on a recall. See, it blew up. It blew up. May the Lord take a liking and blow you up real good. Okay, here we go.
This is not working quite the way I wanted. Oh, fuck.
Suringa big sticker. Oh, I think big sticker on recall. cannot order due to international shipping bullshit. Oh, we try big blue beat up punchy thing. We try this one. Press start. This green person not so good with a big sticker. We have a problem with a big sticker. Big sticker. Need a big sticker. Bigger sticker than this. This not works so well. Push bouton. Je vais en français. Fais-le maintenant. Press start. Bro, do that with a big green thing. Oh, not work too well. What? I won? This phase thing is completely retarded, is what this is. We cannot have the phase as it is. Ah. Power. Now you're playing with power. Yeah, I would say that would constitute as a termination of sorts. Prea to press stato. I press stato, but not prea to. To. Prea to. Prea one need more alcohol in a very nice karasi sake cup. Shot jar. Not to have a proper drink in container for drink. It tastes like melted cinnamon. Cinnamon. Take press start to dispense a stiff drink of cinnamon in the inappropriate drink for purpose seal of a drink, and then press start after drink with a poor performance or something. The visuals indicate a high-quality Japanese beverage with 2,000 years of brewing tradition, only to be disappointed by the contents being a poor $30 Canadian whiskey with far too much sugar and far too little brewing experience. This can't be good. This can't be good. I press start. Get ass sent to daddy. Poor quality North American preserve beef. Wonder if there's a baseball game. Wonder if I have a baseball game. 1994 World Series. Ow. Well, that wasn't very nice. Oh, he started not work very good. Bang, bang, bang. Pow, pow, pow. Smashy, 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 smash. Bing, smashy, smashy, smashy. Smashy, smashy, smash. Oh, no, I hit the button. Hit the button. Hit the button. Hit the button. The bit, beep, bit, beep, bit, beep, bit, beep, bit.
Mission terminated.
Mission terminated. The mission is always terminated. Terminated into more ways than one. Things must... Why is she crying? I don't get it. She didn't lose. At least not yet, anyway.
Phase 1, proceed.
This can't be good. This can't be good. Well, that didn't go very well, did it?
Phase 2, proceed.
Proceed. Proceed. We're just blowing shit up. That's what we're doing. Not like we're engaging in anything even remotely constructive. Can't be having that shit. That's not good. That's not good. Bots, go. That is a really ugly green color. It just occurred to me. All this nice artwork and then all this ugly green shit doesn't do squat. 19. Press start. I shall see if there are any messages. La 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 la. That's funny. I thought it would be later than this. It's not even 1 o'clock here yet. Feels later than it is. Not a bad thing, though. Let's go. Tokyo. I'm so popular. So popular. I'm just checking the company Facebook. Whoa. I have earned a top fan badge. Like, what the fuck is this top fan shit? Ugh. Good luck to our Montreal Alouettes for the Grey Cup. Fuck off, Trudeau. We don't need you here. Well, that's cool.
Phase 1, proceed. Unit damaged. Phase 2, proceed.
There we go. You should be able to hear me now. Yeah, I guess I went a little long and the battery's dead. Ugh. But now the batteries live again. Yeah, my I think the battery died on my lab, so I just put a couple more in. I have rechargeable batteries, so I don't have to spend obscene amounts of money on batteries. My world, batteries are somewhat at a premium, and yeah, I think after this one, I'm gonna sign off for the evening too, and spend some time with some friends and family. It is Saturday night after all, and for those that don't have to work tomorrow, but it's nice to be able to sleep in and not have to get up with the fucking birds to direct the TV show. Don't get me wrong, I like doing TV, but yeah, I just have been so busy on this, I just didn't even notice. And the funny thing is, if I'd been a little more observant, or I guess observant at all, then because I have my little Focusrite that I've got my headset connected to, and if I'd have been paying a bit more attention, I would have seen that the green levels weren't going and that it was dead, and I just was sort of like doo-dee-doo-dee-doo-dee-doo-dee-doo. Because I tend to run these batteries in the ground, really, and I should change them more often. You'd think 20 years of broadcasting TV, I don't know, it's casual stuff. And these batteries do last a long time. You know, I got these on Amazon for like $20, and it came with the charger and everything. Oh, a lot of bangy boo. Bangy boo. One more and that's it for me. Then we can all chill out for them. Oh, I didn't quite catch what he said. But whatever he did say, I'm sure it's very important. You know, because he has a beard and apparently
Phase 1, proceed.
Phase 1. It's not a fight, people. It's not a match. It's not even a round. It's a phase. Multiple lacerations and deep tissue and bone abrasions are just a phase. I'm gonna guess that workers' comp would not like this arena. Got fucking buildings falling down and people in the middle of the streets, and honestly, this kind of looks like Toronto, like around Liberty Village to me.
Phase 2, proceed.
Phase 2. Big. And this sort of looks like Montreal a little bit, around where the Québécois building is, near the Place Bonaventure. Meow.
Mission terminated.
Yeah, mission terminated. All right, once more, and then that's it. 19, 18, 17, 16. Machine select. Pick the green piece of shit that looks like it was forged in 1976. By a junior level 68-year-old engineer who was recently divorced by his wife and has lost the will to live. No, rolling. It's fucking cold, man. Bullshit. Bitter. Blitter, blitter, blitter. Yeah, Megazord Go, I'll say. And Rita Repulsa. Oh, those Power Rangers! They ruined my plan! Amy Jo Johnson on line 1. Yeah, you wish. Go, go, Power Rangers. Mission terminated. You suck. You suck. You suck. You suck. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday! I don't know. I don't know, man. And we have more people on Twitch now. Well, the game over, and I think the night is over. So whoever's here now, hey, follow. I'll be here next Saturday, and you can enjoy an evening of wasted time. All right, I'm getting the fuck out of here. All right, Vector Man, have a good one. I think you're tired and you're rocking off too. Yeah, you have a good one, man. Ooh, the end credits. Thank you to everyone who decided to join tonight, and if you haven't, well, subscribe, goddammit. Cyber bot fura matter mad this singer is good.